have not a whole lot of story here. We have just restarted, working on loop 3 now. We've got some specific goals in mind, some stuff that we intend to accomplish. First and foremost, hiding the crown, which we've made some progress on. Hey, Cryptomancer, how's it going? Yeah, and then just generally picking up more ancient, learning more things, trying to continue to correlate the spoken word with the written word. I've done a bit of work on that offline, and I will probably bring that up at some point during the stream. But I started reviewing my VODs to look for pieces of ancient that I missed, as well as trying to correlate different syllables and see what I can accomplish with that. So, I guess on that note, let's continue. Let's keep this going. So, the story so far. Aaliyah and her robot, Six, are looking for the missing Ioxian, Janiqui Renba. The trail has led them to a hermitage, hidden inside the center of a dangerous river vortex known as the Cyclones. But what was Renba doing here? And why did he want Mayari to follow him? And where is Renba? Is he dead? The spoken ancient mystifies you. I'm coming to believe more and more that my original theory was correct, and that each glyph corresponds to a set of syllables, or a single syllable, or, like, sometimes not a single syllable, sometimes a set of syllables, based on what I have seen so far. With Ifarali being a peculiar exception, and that might be because air is a glyph, rather than two glyphs next to each other. But if I assume that, like, the high part of Hopper or Vault is a single glyph with its own unique set of syllables associated with it, then everything still lines up with my original theory. Because move being E or I is lines up almost perfectly with a bunch of other things that I've seen in various places. But there is still the question of, like, what syllables, etc. are associated with each glyph, and I'm leaning now towards it's not just single syllables. Like, I have a suspicion that the distant glyph, the curve and the curve, is Ori, O-R-I. So, 2 syllables. Which means that other things might be 2 syllables, or 3 or 4 even letters put together, in terms of, like, the phoneme for it. So, but there is more work to be done, and I have a lot of my previous VODs to review, in order to really follow up on the information that I have. So, coming back to that. In the meantime, we are on the Hermitage. We're doing Hermitage things. Alright, so, we are not going back to the ship, because we have yet to find the crash site or investigate the shrine. We gotta do both of those things. So let's go towards those things. And then, the kind of automatic direction after leaving this place. Once souls return to the river, mistress, what do they do then? Do they sail? The loop tells us they wait for their bodies to be reborn. The loop renews everything that was, and only souls persist. That's what they say. I have already, again, forgotten what voice I was giving Six. Ah, there's another inscription. Good. I like inscriptions. This one's a fractured fragment from an even longer phrase, which means the beginning of this is probably not a thing. In fact, these first 3 letters are probably not a thing, because this is Emperor. Oh, this is Emperor Lives Forever. Wow. And given my existing knowledge about what they did with the emperors getting recorded onto robots, this certainly has a bit more impact than it did the first time I found it. That's complete. Emperors live forever. Emperors? Here? What were emperors doing out here? According to legend, the last emperor disappeared after Iox fell. He didn't die there with everyone else. Are you suggesting he came out here? That is what I'm suggesting. Why not? It would explain a few things. It sure would. Especially when you consider what's in the shrine, right? Can I actually go back here? Like, is this open? It'll be dark in there. Remba! Did I try this? Nothing. Interesting. So the last emperor killed the hermit who lived here. Then the emperor buried them in the dirt. We only know that the emperor outlived them. We do not know there was a murder. The emperors of Iox were all devout believers in the loop. To bury someone outside, instead of returning them to the rivers to be reborn, that's what you do to your worst enemy. If the emperor was hiding here, perhaps he did not want anyone returning to find him. Perhaps he did not. A stone pedestal with someone in it. It's Kibenya from Mayorcy. This site was linked to Mayorcy then. That's somehow how Remba found it. It's the goddess from Mayorcy, isn't it? Mistress, you can recognize her by her hat. Hat? It's not a hat, Six. It's an aura. You are correct, mistress. It is not a hat. Evidently, it is more technically a fascinator. I do not remember having that conversation. Fascinating. Shrine is made of stone, but it's not the same stone as the moon itself. Is it as old as the building? The outer structure is, certainly. But the stone pillar, no. The buildings here are significantly older than the pillar. Brought by a later occupant, then. Whoever it was who buried the original occupant, maybe. Moving it to this moon must have been difficult. Can we take it with us? Aww, you don't let me have any fun, Six. Well, let's go with the information that we know to be true. Perhaps it's from the moon and Ghostwake we saw on the map. Perhaps so, mistress. But if so, it has walked a long way to be here. Walked? Questionable. So why did the last emperor draw a map to the site for the mural? Wishing for some kind of peace as he lay dying? The emperors believe in the loop, mistress. But to be reborn, you must be burned. Unlike all those before him, the last emperor faced true death. Perhaps the emperor drew the map to tell his soul where to go. Whew. What if burying someone isn't just for your worst enemy, but if you were hiding from reincarnation too? Oh, yeah. Hide yourself from the loop? Wow. Kibenya herself. Not a treasure. A functional item. Does this belong on Iox? What if this belongs on Iox? This belongs on Iox. On it, there seem to be some carved tiny symbols, mistress. Okay. This one's a blurry piece from an even longer phrase, which means once again the beginning is garbage. Frogs and flowers? Goddess of frogs and flowers, yes. This is the same as last time. Oh, of. I forgot about of. Have we confirmed these phrases now? We're convinced that frogs is correct. Now that we have seen frogs a second time in the exact same place we saw frogs before, we are now convinced that frogs is correct. Is that how translation works? If you translate the same sentence a second time, are you more sure about the translation? Is that... What does the title mean? That's a very good question, Mr. Gecko. I don't know. I believe it's something along the lines of, it's, okay, so it's what the gate says when you say Kibenya instead of Catkiss. Ieni Hua, I believe, is something along the lines of, like, welcome, or enter, or arrive, or, it's some kind of confirmation that, that your command was accepted. Sale Cataliti is an appellation, like sir, or ma'am, or something like that. Some kind of, like, reference to the person who it is talking to. It might be something, honored guest, could be. The Cataliti part, we believe to be the same as heaven. So, place.star. Saleh, we've seen in a couple of other places. We've seen, like, Saleh Hua as a thing that people were called. So, Hua definitely means something. And I suspect it means something along the line of foreigner, but I'm not positive. I don't think it's just person. I think it is, yeah, maybe something along the lines of guest. But there's a lot of different ways that could go. Alright, I still gotta finish writing this thing. Frog is a 3-character word, based on my understanding of characters. And flowers is a 2-character word. Flowers are the true plants. All those other plants, fakers. Only flowers here. Whatever, this language. Goddess of frogs and flowers. Done. Alright, I think there was another inscription around here somewhere. Maybe on the stone itself. Apparently not. I'm going to go out to check the wall over here. If Remba found the body of the last emperor on that moon near Mercy, why was he hiding robes and sending Mayari brooches? Seemed clear he considered it a great secret. Why would someone wish to conceal that the last emperor had not been returned to the rivers? Perhaps because someone claims to be the emperor returned? All this reincarnation stuff is too much for me. Evidently, it is widely accepted, mistress. Where else would souls come from, after all? Where else would they go? Renbo was a dedicated member, as is Professor Mayari. You say a Mayari claims to be an actual emperor? I do not know her, but if she did, what would a discovery such as Renba's mean for her? Interesting that he's willing to talk about his primary user like that. Yo, Rubber Ducky! Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. 21 months. That's amazing. That's a lot of months. Good to have you around. And, yeah, bit of a haircut. It looks a lot better than it did before. So, I am decently pleased with it. Want to buy Pride Heart L. You don't already have it? There's been a lot of subs and sub gifts around here lately. I would be surprised if you don't end up with it at some point. Indeed, the vampire. Correct. Fascinating. I don't remember seeing that before. I've never known a sky so empty. Never been this far from the rivers before. No one has. Or almost no one. I mean, presumably Renba has. And anybody else who lived here. The smoke is this way. By all the moons and waters! Pride friend zone thing? Oh my god. Just imagining the other hand not delivering. Like someone going for the heart and the other person just like, no thanks! Can we be sure this was Janiqui's ship? No, mistress. But the circumstantial evidence is very strong. You recall the propellant on the tool chest. There are further traces here. The fire here must have burnt up a lot of air. The remaining atmosphere is thin, mistress. Still, I believe the fire was extinguished before it consumed the whole ship. I suppose. I always assumed we would find Renba. I assumed... I don't know. Mayari made it sound like he'd run away. Perhaps you can take the matter up with Renba in his next life, mistress. Well, I guess if he was burnt up in the crash, then he should be reincarnated. Poor Mayari. Well, I'm sure she was hoping we'd find him. Are you? How sure are you? So what do we do now? Return to Iox and inform Professor Mayari, mistress. Your sub is old enough to drink. Excellent. What kind of drink would your sub like? I'm afraid I don't have a bartender bot, but we can make do. Interesting dialogue options here. Makes me wonder what I could make happen by choosing other things. Because I don't remember seeing some of these before. Blackened. Presumably, the ship was still burning as it fell. This was the hull. It must have been an explosion, mistress. Enough to be seen on Maercy. And Janiqui himself? Mistress, there is no hope. Janiqui must have been sailing when it fell. He cannot possibly have survived. Well, that's a confirmation. What I can't figure out is this. What was Renba doing finding ancient sites? He must have been following some kind of trail, mistress. But how that trail began and where it was leading him, most unclear. Perhaps he was looking for more robots. Iox must be running low. Especially since they keep giving them to you. Ah, we have, look at that mad Six face. Six is mad at me about robots. Probably correctly. Six is correctly mad at me about robots. Madam, mistress, exactly how many robots have you lost? They just keep giving me more. I've never understood Professor Mayari. You know, she brought me to Iox from an orphanage on Elbereth. And now she keeps giving me robots when I keep losing them. Really don't know what she gets out of it. Perhaps she likes to be kind, mistress. Unlikely. Not to the robots, clearly. I'm not convinced. What am I not convinced of? It is unclear what I am not convinced of. Yo, was that a gecko running around? Sofa wedged under here. Seems to have survived the fire. Please, please don't be an arm. Oh, I find the telescope here, right? It's not an arm. Broken glass jar decorated with the outline of a yardarm. No, this is just a random find. Okay. When did Renba wipe Six's memory and part ways? That's a really good question. Inside's heavily stained. Must have belonged to a heavy drinker. No inscription. I think this comes from the same place as the piece of bowsprit and the coin that we found on the side of Renba's cache. Aha. And what have we inferred? Somewhere in Eagle's Pass. Oh, this is the Sculptor's Moon that we've inferred. More stuff out here? Must have burned for days. And apparently still is. There's smoke there. What do we tell Mayari? The truth, surely, mistress. Janiqui is gone. Are we sure Renba was staying alone when this accident happened? I don't think we are sure about that. This channel comes up from the rock. The wellspring must be down there somewhere. The spring is dead now, mistress, and you are breathing the last air this moon has to offer. Janiqui is not here, mistress. Neither is anyone else. Are you ready to go yet? Not just yet. 1 or 2 more dots to click on. Because dots. Is there a way down? There might be more clues down there. I do not believe it would be wise, mistress. Indeed, I believe it would be quite the opposite. Well, then. I think that is as many dots as we have. Okay. We already knew 6 was Renba's bot for a time. When did Renba wipe 6's memory and part ways? Yeah, we don't have that information. Are we sure Renba was staying alone? We're definitely not sure of anything at this point. It seems likely that Renba was sailing alone. But we don't know for sure. There's nothing we can do here, 6. Nothing at all. Take us back to the ship, 6. Alright, so this is where we get intercepted. Yes. Alright. So. Mayari keeps handing us robots because she wants to be rid of them. I don't think so. It seems unlikely. Alright. So I want to keep in mind what this conversation looks like. And what my goals are during this conversation. Because it is time limited, for one. And depending on which way we go with it, I don't necessarily know what we can learn. I think the first time I went through, I tried being honest, and I tried being helpful to Renba, at the expense of getting information about whatever Renba was talking about, and learning about what Renba wanted to say to Mayari. I think the second loop, if I'm remembering correctly, we pretended to be Mayari during that conversation. But I don't remember what information we got out of it, because I have the attention span and the memory of a mayfly. So that's something that I probably want to review the VODs for, but I'm assuming that information is in the VODs. So what I want to do this time is try and dig more into what information Renba had, rather than doing things like, Renba, how can I help you? Or, is that you, Renba? Etc., etc. And lean more into trying to get new information from the robot. And we'll see if that works.
Darkness.
This is not the Nightingale. 6! Oh, I hate robots. I hate them. They always do this kind of thing. Right before they give you this speech about how it was for your own good. Mistress, you were about to step on a small ant. My ethical core required me to lock you inside this packing crate. It's cold in here. And here comes the moonwalking robot, precisely on schedule. There you are. I think the hopper misfired. This isn't the Nightingale. Mayari. Okay. Do I have any sense of, like, directions, like, which of, like, all of these three options seem like they're not going to get me anywhere. Aaliyah's a waste disposal unit for robots. It seems that way, doesn't it? What if I just don't say anything? Will it just fade? Yes. You followed me, Lexi. Lexi? Do we have a full name for Mayari? What is Lexi? As I thought you might. Because you knew. Because you've always known. So here's where we just lean into it, right? Of course I came. You laid a trail for me, so here I am. Renba. You are quite alone, Mayari. And I have seen the truth of your lie. You are not what you claim. I know this, Mayari. You asked me to look, and I found so much. So I know who I say I am. I say I am she who knows the people. So let's move on with, who am I? So who am I? You are just what you appear to be, and nothing more. I don't understand. The brooch I sent was from the body. The Emperor's body. Ooh! Okay. So now it's being explicit about how the Emperor's body could not have... Alright. So this is the information that we had all assumed, but had never been made explicit. Unburned. Not even buried. You fooled them all, Mayari. All of them. I have that brooch here. Destroying it changes nothing. I am taking the body. I will return it to the rivers. But I am not coming back to Iox. Not yet. Whoa! So that's actually like a revenge scheme? Returning it to the rivers? So that the Emperor can get reincarnated as someone else who's not Mayari? That's kind of amazing. I didn't know Renba had it in for Mayari like that. That's really cool. Okay, and then he starts talking about trying to find Heaven's Vault, right? So now we're leaning into the Heaven's Vault information. There isn't time. I found something. Something that matters more than your lies. Lexi, there is a great darkness. An all-consuming, hungry darkness. And it is coming. Darkness. There is an ancient place, Mayari. An observatory. It is watching, and it holds the wires of our fate in its claws. So I think what fate is how I have to answer this one. But so far this is sounding the same regardless of what I say. What fate? The loop is a lie, as you know. I will find it before the vault is lost. The robots know, but they don't remember. Someone, long ago, made certain they would not remember. Renba, just answer one question. Oh god, what did I do last time? I wish I had reviewed the VODs more recently because I don't remember what I asked last time. And finding the body was proof that Mayari couldn't be the reincarnation, right? Apparently, it's also proof that the loop is a lie as far as Renba's concerned. I'm willing to bet that the last time I did this, I asked the middle question. What do the robots know? I asked how I could help in the first loop, which didn't lead to this particular question, right? This is letting me ask a different question. I think the last time I did this in Loop 2, I asked, what do the robots know? But I don't... Like, that's my first inclination right now, is to ask, what do the robots know? Because that is the information that feels the most important to me. Which makes me believe that this is what I would have asked on Loop 2 when I got to this part. But I don't remember what I did. So I'm gonna go... We kind of have all the information we need about the vault, right? Time to go VOD digging. More loops till I'm conversationally fluent in Ancient. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna do much more of this on stream. Like, I don't think I'll do Loop 4 immediately after Loop 3. It would be fascinating to come back to and still get more words and stuff and try and put more stuff together. But I think we may have mined this game out for story stuff. So maybe it goes into afternoon slots, or maybe I come back to it after a hiatus, doing other games. None of that is relevant to the conversation we're having right now, though. I feel like I have all the information I can have about the observatory and the vault. So I don't think I need to ask about the vault. I'm hoping if I ask about the robots, I'll get more information about robots and history, which is information that I'd rather have. But, let's try it. What do the robots know? Everything. Well, that's not helpful. Should have asked about the vault. You have my apologies, mistress. I do not understand the question. Six? Yes, mistress? I observe we are not back on the Nightingale. There must be something wrong with the hopper. I will look into it. Well spotted, Six! You don't remember how we ended up in here? Hoppers can misfire due to imperfections, mistress. The eye aboard your ship is quite old. I see where we are now. Although I still don't see how we got in there. You think it'll work properly now? I thought it would work last time, but I do not see much alternative. Shall I try the hopper one more time, mistress? What's my other alternative? Walk back to the ship? Like, I can't do that. Do it. The ship is in orbit. So we left the surface of the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclones, with enough new evidence to find a previously unknown site. Jump high. Yep. The broken glass jar has no information on it. This seems like it would be a good item to take to Toppy, because Toppy will give us something else in that area, from that area. We could also just take it to Huang. Giving things to Huang is always a good time. Knowing that there are mind-only hopperings, have to wonder how, when Renba ended up in 6. That's a really good question. Is that how it happened, though, right? Like, we know that, for example, Mayari has sent messages to 6 in order to contact us. Those messages are not like audio-video recordings. Those messages are personality recordings with a message in mind. So there is definitely a way to record your mental state for the purposes of messages without necessarily full hoppering your head into something else. Second question about haircuts. Yes, hello, Inkling. I do have a haircut. So still, when did Renba impress the messages into 6? That's a really good question. Especially considering that 6 doesn't remember. So there's something else going on there, and I don't know what. Is there any other information that we have here that's useful? Well, I didn't re-dye my hair. I haven't re-dyed my hair since quarantine began. So, it's, what you see is what you get, unfortunately. Yeah, trying to reconstruct Renba's travels is endlessly fascinating. Because he does things that don't seem to make sense, right? Like, he's been to this hermitage, and then he left, and then he came back again after leaving the breadcrumbs in place? Like, so it sounds like the brooch specifically was sent to Mayari as a message. Not just a, hey, look, I found stuff. It's sent specifically because it means that Mayari is lying about being the reincarnation of the Emperor. That, in addition, with the crystal. So Mayari was supposed to follow him to Mercy, because that was the only place that Mayari would have known that he was supposed to find the crystal, which would lead to the site of Renba's cache over here. Then find the robe, which in theory should lead her to the hideout moon. To the hermitage. So that was Renba's plan. So maybe Renba was planning on meeting her at the hermitage? Or maybe Renba's plan involved setting up some kind of intercept with 6 so that 6 would be able to deliver that message? I don't know what Renba was planning to do at this point, right? It sounded like Renba was planning to look for more information about Heaven's Vault. More information about the observatory. Yeah, I think that's it, Cryptomancer. Is less about Renba was planning on meeting her and more about Renba was planning on rubbing in her face the fact that she is not actually the Empress. So yeah, I guess Renba planned from this point to look for more information about observatories in Heaven's Vault. But of course that's cut short because explosions. It's just the amount of backtracking that Renba did, right? Like, from Mercy, found information about the Hermitage. Went to the Hermitage, found the Emperor's body, and found the telescope, took the brooch off the body, took the telescope, and using the telescope, found more information about the observatory or about Heaven's Vault. Then seeded all of his back trail with the brooch, the crystal, the cache with the robe, etc. And then decided to go to the moon again? Presumably to pick up the body? What information do we have about Hideout Moon? So not just the stuff that I've done, but the stuff that we know happened earlier. So here's where we have this timeline. Renba took the body something like 23 days ago. Why did Mayari not pursue Renba's trail of breadcrumbs herself? We don't actually know, Zapper. The only information we have is Mayari is a busy person. That's it. That's all we get out of her on this one. We haven't gotten any additional information about it. These question marks aren't necessarily accurate. But what we have here, right? The implication here is... Okay. So we have Renba reaches the moon for the first time here. Or here. Or something. Something like that. And then Renba returns to the hideout moon for... reasons? Unknown reasons? Because we have Renba finding the brooch here, finding the robe, takes a crystal back to Marcy. Presumably the robe was also found on the hideout moon, right? Renba left the Hermitage once, delivered the brooch to Mayari, then returned whether the explosion wasn't an accident. Interesting. I had not thought about sabotage. The other question is when Six left, right? If Six was with Renba for this stuff, and then when Renba left the hideout moon, returned Six, or something like that? Because at that point, Mayari suspected something? Which is how she would sabotage? I mean, she's definitely hired goons to rough up people, right? So yeah, we know that the morals is not strong with her. Like, she'd probably be willing to do that. But... we don't know for sure one way or the other. I mean, I guess if she thought that Renba was going to go public with this information, then maybe she would have freaked out about it. And, you know, tried to hide the fact that she's not actually the Empress at any cost. Is he now marooned down here? He's a little bit dead. The device was lost when Renba was lost. But it was destroyed in an explosion. He must have known what he'd found. He absolutely knew what he found. He found the brooch. We have solvable inscriptions. Yes. The freedom of the air. This one is unsolved? Really? Maybe it's not great. Maybe it's enormous. I mean, that's a lot of many, right? Enormous is bigger than great. Maybe it's enormous value. Oh, this is how we got air, because we found it in another place. Okay, cool. Alright, yeah, I guess let's move on. So now we go back to Mayari with this information? Let's confront her? I like confronting Mayari. And I'm sure she wants to see the crown. But we're not going to show her the crown, are we? No, we are not. What crown? Let's head back to civilization. I hope you do not mean Elbereth, mistress. Now, to look at that inscription I found. Alright, what can I look at out here? We've got Renba's crystal. Or was the plan to go straight to the graveyard? There's not a lot of reason to go straight to the graveyard, I don't think. The marker outside the Hermitage on the moon near Marcy. We still don't know what it's made of. She looks at home here. Presumably she was fashioned on Marcy. Clay being a material derived from waterlogged mud. Brought out here by a hermit from Marcy. Back in a time when the Mercians were willing to sail. And into the Cyclones, no less. We have a suspicion on timing here. It's interesting that we have this... I don't think so. This is very interesting. Because I guess it presumes that the Hermitage existed before... Did I want to give the crown to Arroy this time? Oh. No, my primary goal was to use the crown at the graveyard. I guess give the crown to Arroy also works, if we can manage to keep it a secret that long. But we definitely have to go back to Mayari and confront her about her not being the Empress. Because that sounds like fun. And I haven't been to Elbereth on this trip yet, so Elbereth could be after that. And presumably at that point we have time to just mess around if we want, because Mayari won't know about the crown. Hopefully. Carried by a hermit. The thing about the Maercian figurine is we know that the only reason it's relevant... Well, we're relatively certain that the only reason it's relevant is because it contains the Rebesca foil. Once again, thinking about Rebesque as an ancient word, Bess lines up with a bunch of the syllables we saw the last time we were in Heaven's Vault. And Re also lines up with syllables. So, Rebesque feels like an actual ancient word. Something something person. Probably. I don't have a good sense of which glyphs line up with those other syllables, or phonemes, I guess. Or morphemes, I guess? Because they, in theory, have meaning? Interesting. The robe Janique we hid. I wonder if he'll ever know what was so special about this robe. Do I have anything else to poke at before we head back to Iox? Doesn't seem so. Alright, Iox Ho. I mean, I guess we could go to the graveyard first. But I suspect at that point, our robot will see us do things with the crown. Which, that's not ideal. Alright, Iox, let's go. Brief bay of calm amid the wash of the rivers. Professor Mayari will want to know how to... But I don't know how she'll take it. I should show her the crown. Interesting! She is a lot more positive about Iox now. Like, it's explicitly positive. Rather than, being like, I hate it here, because Mayari always makes me feel like a 12-year-old from the last run. Boy. My choices matter. Okay, yeah, let's just go to Iox. Let's take to the river. Why are you so sad about readying the ropes, Six? Thought you liked sailing. Oh, we could go back to Maercy first and return the statue. Yes, I do in fact want to know that, Zapper. VOD Part 5. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to Mercy first and return the statue. Perhaps I should tell the professor on Iox first. Okay. Okay, game. I'm willing to believe you. Well, I'm part 5. Damn. The second loop took a while. If the first loop only took 4 VODs, and the second loop took 6 VODs. Jeez.
We turned the prow for
7?
Iox once more.
Maybe 7 then? Jeez.
Going back always felt like a relief.
Going back always felt like a relief. She even has a different voice line. How do I help you? Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, so I never even got that far at all. Oh. Oh, okay, so I did the same thing that I did in Loop 1. Which is, that's not ideal. Remba didn't hop her down. He landed his boat. Tried to. Or else he wasn't able to return. I suspect Master Remba attempted to detonate himself off the surface of the moon. That's how rocketry works! Wonder why Remba didn't use a hopper to land on that moon. Because he wanted to bring stuff back? Because he wanted to pick up the body? He couldn't take the body with him? Landing his ship must have been almost impossible. Oh! That actually makes things line up a bit better, right? If he hoppered down the first time, discovered stuff, took stuff that he could hopper back, started setting up all of the stuff, all of his back trail, and then went back to the moon so that he could land and potentially take the body of the Emperor with him, that makes a lot more sense, actually. Because that is a reason for him to return, as well as a reason for him to do the far more dangerous thing of landing rather than hoppering down. Maybe he couldn't hopper down because he didn't have a robot. His ship is a hopper, presumably. Most ships do, I think, is the prevailing wisdom. That most ships have hopper sources built into them. Like, we hopper around not because our robot has a source, but because our ship has a source. Or maybe because our ship has an eye, or something like that. Professor Mayari told us he had no robot with him. But we don't know how much that's true, because 6 was Remba's robot for a while. Man, this will never not be pretty. The nebula is so pretty. The wires. The eagle holds... Look at that, 6. What are we looking at there? It is indeed beautiful, mistress. Good. I'm glad 6 agrees. We can stay friends. Doesn't require a robot to operate trigger. I have not, but that's not necessarily because it's impossible. Like, there's a conversation in the very beginning about hoppers, where 6 mentions that our ship has a hopper built into it. It's like they're going somewhere. They're going everywhere. The rivers. But they never do go anywhere. What do you mean they never go anywhere? They go to Iox. They just cycle round and around. Set us down, 6. We should tell the professor what happened to Remba. We should. Let's go do that thing. Well, let's talk to Huang first.
After the empty house in the cyclones, Iox felt positively busy.
Mayari should be up in her office. Yep, we can see her from here.
The
Well, let's go talk to
library
Huang.
is a quiet spot to think, except when Huang's in there, which
Yep.
of course he always is.
Books on all topics. How old are these books of yours? Some are really old, but not, you know, not ancient. They date back to the first Empress or so. I see. Listen, Huang. Who is this Elasra you're always reading about? I still can't. She was a sailor from maybe 20 loops ago. She was a traveling monk, mistress. I still can't understand what the deal is with the swap between Mazwai and Elasra. I heard an ancient name, Kibenya. Do you know how it translates? Translates? From what? Ancient names all have meanings. Or at least they do on Elbereth. Speak a different language on Elbereth, don't they? So do you know what Kibenya means? I kind of want to pursue the Elbereth stuff. Man. But if you find out, tell me. Okay. Yeah, this is... The camera here is garbage. Quite a few. Let's start showing you stuff that's not the crown. Carved piece of bowsprit, sure. What's left of the inscription reads, "The freedom of the air." Do you have stuff to show me? Yes. Show me a thing. Show me a thing. More words. Give me the words. Well, at least 6 isn't wigging out, right? So that's, you one step back, one step forward. This was written on a curved chunk of wood from a ship's prow. Ah, much like the bowsprit I found. I don't know if it's related, of course. Might be, might not be. There's a phrase run together. Who, verb of speak, move. Do we have... Well, we have prow, so that's cool. Ah, point, apparently. Do I have that down here? Have I written that down? Point? Yes. Verb of speak, noun of move. Ah. Speak the way. Point. Yes, sure. Okay. Point your prow towards home. Oh, I've seen this. This is a thing that we found last loop. Like, I think we actually found this chunk of wood last loop with this inscription on it. That's a lot of symbols, but I'm confident it says prow. Alright, so we have prow, which is place in front of the boat. Right, of course. colon, noun, move air, prow. Point your prow for home. By the stars, that was a long one. Was it? Do you have any more like that? Do you have more for me? Sketch of a curved wooden shard from a bow's mast. Sail through... Star apostrophe S, so star's light. Sail through via by star's light. Yep. I mean, I guess I could put of star, and it'll figure out stars. Yep. Sail by star's light. Neat. I'm wondering if by mining Huang for inscriptions, we're gonna get less inscriptions from just finding things out in the world. Because, like, sometimes it's clear that there is a place for an inscription on a find, but it just doesn't have an inscription. And I wonder how it decides that. Is it a random roll? Is it based on what we found already? Is it... Feels like it could be anything. Sail by star's light. Do you have any more? Ah, too bad. Yeah, you can have the piece of bowsprit. I'm keeping the crown, though. We're not talking about the crown. I wonder if there's a way for me to give the crown to Arroy without 6 seeing. Nothing comes to mind in terms of how we've done things in the past. Maybe we would get new options. This is still rhetorical. Maybe we would get new options if we end up in that situation. I'm not trying to leave the room. I'm trying to wait for Huang to come back. There he is. There's our boy. But maybe there's, like, other things that I could do that I haven't... There's probably things that I could do that I haven't seen yet. Or didn't think to try because this was never an important feature in previous runs. Come back, Huang. Come back, Huang. We have other stuff that we could say. Another thing. Why aren't there any books older than the First Empress? I don't know. There just aren't. I suppose they were all lost in the fall. Or burned. Thanks. Let me show you another thing. Here, take a look at this necklace. What do you think of this necklace? What even is that? I mean, it's a piece of jewelry, I suppose. Are those snails? Six called them shells. He said they live in water. Well, you can hold on to that, I think. It's disgusting. I'd best get on with some work myself now. Oh, useless. Alright, well, have a good night, Huang. See you soon, Huang. So, speaking of names as ancient words, we have to talk to Mayari. Given what I have seen of ancient so far, excuse me, 6, how long were you buried here? I have no idea, mistress. I do not remember it. It's probably fair. And you don't know why you were buried? No, mistress. I can only assume I was not needed. Perhaps robots were not trusted. Perhaps, mistress. Though I have observed robots to be both more predictable and more kind than most humans. It's probably fair. So were you off while you were buried on Iox? Asleep? Is that why you can't remember it? I do not know, mistress. I cannot remember. Okay, that's a fair point. Maybe the roboticists wipe your memory after they dug you up. If I'd been buried alive for 100 years, I'd be mad. It was longer than that. 1,000 years, perhaps. But I cannot remember them. You seem to keep harping on this point. Is this important to you? Wonder what else you used to know. Everything, apparently. Per Renba. Ancient syllables. So, given what I have seen of ancient morphemes, it seems likely that Huang's name is Huang. I was thinking about the word for master that we found. It shares a symbol with the word for robot. Were robots masters, do you think? Yes, exactly like that, Zapper. Where did this come from? Why are we talking about ancient vocabulary randomly? Have I seen that piece of dialogue before? That doesn't sound, I mean, it's a point that I made when I was looking at the word. But I'm surprised to hear Aaliyah make that same point. What are the chronicles of Elasra that Huang's always... Elasra! Elasra was a pilgrim sailor. She writes about the various places of the nebula, and about how the Great Loop has acted in those places. Elasra believes in the Great Loop, then. Elasra is an original source for the hypothesis, mistress. As much as anything is a source in the loop. Master Huang says the book became common shortly after the establishment of the Holy Empire. What do these people think I did for them? I guess this is to show that I am the reincarnation of Mazwai? Or Elastra, or whatever in that context. The loop is actually real. If you robots are so ancient, don't you have the whole history of the nebula in your head somewhere? Perhaps some do. I do not. So what do you remember? I remember my activation. Nothing before that. Perhaps I had never been activated before. But perhaps you had? Quite so. I do not remember. Slayed the 7 gods. Replace them with the loop. Maybe it's something I will have done. Oh yeah, sure. That's believable. As believable as anything else. Aaliyah, you're back. But I don't know if I want to ask what you found. I'll tell you. For what good it'll do. I didn't know I had the option to just flat out lie to her. Yeah, Remba's on Mercy. No big deal. He's fine. Do I want to do that? How great of a fencer she was. Appropriate. You fight like a cow. We know Six will say it's a lie. I suppose he will, won't he? I haven't done that previously. I think last time I just told her that Renba was dead. I'm somewhat amused with the idea of just flat out lying to her. Yep, Renba's settled on Mercy. He's raising an army to come here and take over. Since he knows you're not the true Empress. Fascinating. Yeah, Six is unlikely to let us get away with that. But I'm really curious what happens. What was the other option there? We found a crystal. So not even talking about Remba. Yeah, what if I just straight up lie to Mayari? Let's try it. Remba's settled on Mercy, with a woman. Has he now? What a fascinating idea. 6, report recent findings, please. Oh, okay. Mistress is dissembling, Professor. Master Renba's ship was destroyed by an explosion, Professor. Interesting. You're certain? Let 6 answer is a choice. Let 6 answer, or you can go and check if you want, which is very adversarial. I don't know how adversarial I want to be. In fact, part of my goal here is to speak truth to power, as it were. Like, actually confront her about the whole Empress thing. I know she wouldn't go, but she would think less of me as a result. Like, if I'm imagining my relationship meter with Mayari, like, that'll definitely knock it down a peg or two. On the other hand, me straight up lying to her probably didn't help either. I guess I could just let 6 answer? I think I just let 6 answer. 6 is already answering. 6 can continue to answer. We are quite certain, Professor. Did you go anywhere except Mercy, Aliyah? Did we? We sure did, Mayari. It keeps wanting to say about the crystal. I guess that's like pieces. Do we still care about our relationship with Mayari? Kind of. I do have a bit of like, I want her to trust us. Not that I have any particular reason for that, but interested to see like what else we can do with her. Because I want to be able to keep having conversations with her. And I want there to be a point to those conversations. As opposed to just like she's given up on me and I'm doing my own thing out in the world. I mean, I guess we can talk about the crystal. There's no reason not to talk about the crystal, right? We found a crystal. Remba found it first and left it on Mercy. For you. The same crystals was in that brooch. And where is he now? Remba went exploring off the rivers. He was using fuel to propel himself. Must be how he blew himself up. Remba appeared to be investigating an abandoned hermitage. And you followed him? What did you find there? Remba left us a message. Mistress? Go on. Alright, so we haven't done this before. We've never told Mayari about Remba's message. And I'm really, really curious what's going to happen here. The hopper malfunctioned. And I spoke to Remba. I fear my mistress is now dissembling, Professor, though to what end I... Slisette! I thought Remba was dead. He spoke to me through a robot somehow. And what did he have to say? He said you weren't who you claim. And did that make any sense to you? Something to do with the Emperor. He said he took that brooch from the Emperor's body. It seems unlikely to me. Poor Remba. Was never the most stable character. Produce the crown? Absolutely not. Someone had lived out there once. We found a ruined building. A hermit from Mercy, I think. Nothing more. So to actually confront her, the smug look on her face was weirdly off. Well, I mean, she kind of thinks at that point that she's getting one up on Mayari, but she's clearly not. So to actually confront her with evidence of that being the Emperor, we'd have to produce the crown. So I guess we can't follow through with the entirety of the conversation I was hoping for here. Because I am not producing the crown. You think we missed something? No. No, most likely not. Although perhaps Renba found something, and it shared his fate. That is most probable, Mistress Mayari. It is likely he was making a swift return when he overexpelled his ship's biodome and ruptured the hull. Okay. So, Mayari actually suspects the same thing, I think. I think Mayari suspects what Renba found out. Even without having heard back from Renba. Even without knowing the details of what Renba found. Maybe Mayari understood the message that the brooch was sending, and still sent me out? That doesn't actually make a lot of sense. If Mayari understood the message that the brooch was sending, that Renba had information about the Emperor, then there's no way that Mayari would include another person in that information loop, right? Like, Mayari wouldn't want anybody else to know. And if she, as was suspected, sabotaged Renba, that's yet another reason for not including anybody else. Does she trust Aaliyah that much? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think Mayari knows exactly how much of a divide between her and there is between her and Aaliyah. The brooch was sent with 6 and a message with both? I don't think so. She may have needed verification that it was dead. Right, but what I'm saying is, no matter how busy she was, I don't think if Mayari understood the message that Renba was sending, Mayari would have included anybody else in that information loop. I think in those situations, Mayari would have gone on her own to double check, rather than being like, hey, can you just go see if Renba's around? Go, like, wellness check on Renba? Like, no matter how she couches it, she's potentially leaving the door open for somebody else to obtain the information that Renba found, which would have been the entire reason to kill Renba, right? So she would be going, if she understood, okay, if sabotage, A, and B, if she understood the message that Renba was sending, there would be no way she would want anybody else to find out that information, right? She sent someone who doesn't believe in the loop. That's true. That's accurate. So maybe she was assuming that since I don't believe in the loop, I would just completely miss all of that information. Like, the idea of it would just go over my head. Okay, I could kind of buy into that. The other theory, the other possibility, is that she didn't sabotage Renba, and she didn't understand the message that the brooch was sending. She just wanted to know more about what Renba found. Aaliyah, that she could be easily discredited. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you start factoring, like, the other political aspects in, there's a lot of possible situations here. I'm more concerned with whether or not Mayari understood what was going on, right? I guess there's a lot. What happens when you show her the crown? She takes it. I don't want her to take it. I want to keep it. Presumably by showing her the crown, I could actually confront her about her being the Empress. Or not being the Empress, as it were. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. Alright, where are we at here? Well, thank you, Six. You've set my mind at ease. I imagine you'll want to be alone. What? Oh. Don't worry about me. When you get to my age and Death becomes a familiar house guest, you invite her in for a raku. Remind me never to visit you at home. Really? Get out, Aaliyah, before your tongue does you harm. Oh. Apparently that was not friendly banter. Apparently that was insulting. Huh. Mayari takes it... Yeah, I guess so. Man, we're just never going to be friends with Mayari. It's impossible. I think we have to be a better sycophant if we want to actually maintain a friendly relationship with Mayari. Or I have to stop picking things that are funny. Which, I mean, I can't say that's a thing that I want to do. Yeah, Icarus. I don't think she thought it was funny either. Is there anything else I can do for you? Please, Aaliyah. Leave me to think. Okay. And Aaliyah, don't try to lie to me again. How aggressive do I want to be about this? Huh. I don't think I want to be that aggressive about this, right? Like, I don't think I want Mayari to see me as an enemy. Because that feels like it might be a problem. So maybe we go with the closest I can to appeasement here? I only wanted to spare your feelings. The truth does not care how we feel about it. We must not care how we feel about the truth. Really? Must we? Shall we leave now, mistress? I mean, yeah, probably. What else are we going to do? Do it. Okay, so now we are effectively cut free from Mayari, right? As far as Mayari's concerned, we don't really have any kind of additional relationship with her. She's not asking us... I mean, we have a relationship with her, but we're no longer under her, like, direct employ, I guess. There's not, like, a thing that we are still trying to accomplish for her. We're just kind of on our own, at loose ends, able to explore. I did keep the crown, and I did get Slisset. That's true. Oh, that's right. I'll be invited to the funeral. I forgot about that. And then we might get something else out of her at that point. Alright, so the first question is... crown to Arroy or crown to Graveyard? I think my primary plan is crown to Graveyard. But let's go to Mercy first and drop off the figurine. I think my plan is crown to Graveyard. But... crown to Arroy after that seems like not a bad idea. If I can do that. Oh! Also, I know how to leave the robot behind if I try to do stuff with the crown at the graveyard. Now that's an interesting idea, because I know I can try the bridge and leave the robot behind as a result. In fact, even with not trying the bridge, I know that I can slip by the side and not open the door for the robot, and just go up to the statue on my own without the robot there to do stuff with the crown. Okay, so we could try that. The problem is if I try that and it doesn't work, I don't have a way of coming back. And the other thing that might be a thing that I would need to do in order to accomplish that is have Arroy crack the crown and see if there's a foil inside, and then use that foil with the statue instead of the Maersi foil. Regardless, Maersi first is where we're going. Couldn't be a funeral if Renba's death is successfully hidden. I don't know how one hides Renba's death. I'm not even sure that's a possibility.
We set course once more for Maersi. I found myself looking forward to it. It was a good place, despite the people.
Oh, yeah. There are so many
everything
things
Elbereth
that I
could
would
be.
like to save Scum, Zapper. And just, like, save state, try a thing, come back to it. I kind of did try, I guess. I could sail forever. Interesting, mistress. Could you sail forever? Or would you run out of sky? But we've managed to keep the crown secret for now, until we do something with it. I think we try the robot you claim to have encountered after the hopper malfunction, mistress. It occurs to me it might have been a recording. Yes, that seems likely. A recording of what? Of whom, mistress? Okay, so information about recordings. Renba was a skilled roboticist. He was, at that. He may have found a way to store a recording and force it into my core. Force it into your core? Force it into your core? Give me more information about that, robot. Maybe they want their figurine back. Maybe.
The soft, wet wind of Maersi hadn't seemed gentle before. I could see it now. Maybe Renba really had liked this place.
It's definitely her, isn't it? Definitely. The quality of carving is poor, but there are unmistakable details. Do people from Maersi sail, then? Did they live on that hideout moon? Or did Renba take the statue with him and leave it there? It is unlikely they sail, mistress. Moons in the Protectorate are mostly without boats of their own. That's fair. So people here aren't allowed to sail. Iox doesn't let them. It is considered safer for everyone if sailing is centralized. People can request transportation if they require it. Oh, I didn't know that. Presumably I've had this conversation before there. Iox really is terrified of another fall, aren't they? Understandably, yes, since the loop guarantees a fall is coming. I have not had this conversation before. How many moons are there in the Iox Protectorate? 6? At the last settlement, it was 23. So we have the founding of the Iox Protectorate in between the Dark Age and the Modern Age. And then we also have the fall over here. And then the rise of the new Iox Protectorate. Iox Protector. The only thing we know about the Iox Protectorate. Great. You sound like you don't approve of the Protectorate. I am neither for nor against it in principle, mistress. Although it does not appear sustainable. Tell me about sustainable. A leftover from the Empire? Indeed, mistress. The Ioxian Guard is an increasingly minor force. Let's launch a revolution. Mistress is most droll. Yeah, but can I? The achievements sure seem to think that I can. Isn't the Protectorate too many moons to manage? There are no threats at present. This no doubt eases the situation. Where am I going? What just happened?
I had the clay figurine with me, in my bag, wrapped up safely in a cloth.
I wonder if they can tell me what it was doing out there. That is the information I am asking for, certainly. I'm not trying to sell it back. I want to be in their good graces. Because I want to be able to take the boy back here.
Everything on Maerzi was as we'd left it. The flowers still bloomed. The water still bubbled.
You! Your man is still eluding you. I found the remains of his ship. The fire in the sky. I am sorry for your loss. Thank you. I brought you something. Kibenya! Where did you find this? You wouldn't believe me, I think. And you are returning it to us. It's yours, isn't it? It is very old. This is a hermit's effigy, given to a hermit when they go out alone, to remind them of the place that gave them birth. See here, she opens. Do you see inside? Oh. This one's several words. Waters separate, divide, I guess, sure. Waters divide us and join us, yes. Or connect us. We've seen this before. The waters divide us and join us. Got a good feeling about that. Impressive. So I think I did Can You Read It last time. And he was like, oh, a child could read it, right? The same kind of interaction we had with the inscription on the well. Revolutions are a bloody business if there's any other way at all. Revolution is not preferable. Well, I don't even have a goal in mind. I just want to launch a revolution. Like, I'm not trying to accomplish anything. I'm just trying to mess with my Ari. She's the one who thinks she's the Empress. Let's... Like, don't mistake this for a political movement. So I think last time I asked if he could read it. And we had a conversation. Like, I want that to result in him teaching me stuff about Ancient, but I don't think it will. Overall, this game kind of irritates you? For what? For why? You don't know. Like... Irritates. Irritates? Like the mechanics? Or the theming? Or... That's so interesting. Irritates. Irritates is such a weird response to a game. The presentation, mostly. That's true. It's not as freeform as maybe I'd like, right? Like, I'm definitely railroaded into specific lines of interaction and conversation sometimes. Rude at a few certain points? Sure. Sure. Mostly fun things to say about it. I feel like irritates is an interesting choice of words, is an interesting feeling to have as a result. Like it, don't like it, whatever, right? Like I can totally see, oh, I like this mechanic, I don't like this mechanic. I like this storyline, I find this storyline unappealing. Dialogue feels sort of pretentious at times without a depth behind it. Irritates implies that something about it is wrong in a way that's maybe unstated, as opposed to there is a thing about it that you don't like. Yeah, okay, that I can understand, Gru. Like, on a mechanical level, saying things that you don't mean because you thought you were saying something else is annoying. It's not ideal, for sure. That's interesting. I'm sorry if I seem hung up on this, but like it's I don't know. I find that my interactions with games don't tend to leave that kind of impression. Like, there can be a good game, there can be a bad game. I can assess whether or not I like the game or whether or not I want to continue playing the game. And there's a variety of factors that feed into it, right? Like the feel of the game, the way the mechanics flow, whether the game is doing a thing that I like, whether the game has a mood that you like. But irritates, like getting annoyed with a game, to me implies a level of investment in a concept that I don't think I've had. Like, if it's a mechanic I don't like, then I'm not sure that it would annoy me necessarily, as much as I would look at it and be like, I don't like this mechanic, this is a reason to not play the game. Maybe I'm just getting hung up on semantics. Your investment in storytelling in general? Okay, that's fair. Fortress craft. What is fortress craft? I don't think that's a thing I'm familiar with. I mean, based on the name, I have ideas, but I don't think it's a thing I've specifically heard of. Alright, anyway, I guess I'll just talk about the rivers here. I'd assume she was a goddess of fertility, not travel. But it makes sense that she might be both. Interesting. Does our goddess ask us to sail? No one knows now how to sail. Iox denies it to us. We will put Kibenya back in the well shrine. She prefers the damp. She has been on a long journey, I think. Wait, something fell out. It's here in the grass. It's not part of the figurine? No. It is quite evident, mistress, that it is a Rebesque foil. No, you can put links. May I keep it? By all the waters, it is worthless to me. Good faith to you, good lady. Fortress craft. Okay. So did Remba hide the Rebesca foil inside the Maersian statue? He left it on that rocky moon to be found, and sent the brooch to Mayari to lead her on a trail to find it. Maybe it's connected to the last Emperor's body. But maybe it isn't. But if that was Renba's plan, mistress, why not simply send the foil? A good question. We need to find out what's on this foil. Elbereth, then. He's so mad! He's so mad! Okay, well, I don't think there's going to be anything else on Maercy, so I guess... A touching scene, mistress. Perhaps we should return to the ship now? Let's get out of here. The way those pigs walk is your happiness. Amazing. Someone hid a Rebesca foil inside the statue of the water goddess. This is a lie. This has gotta be a lie. This is not when that happened. Is the Kibenya foil. We have found the foil that was in the Kibenya statue. I'm pretty sure that the foil was in the statue back when the shrine had power. I'm not familiar with The Longest Journey. I mean, I guess Elbereth next, right? The foil, mistress. I do not immediately recognize where it was produced. Can you track it down? I will triangulate the origin of the foil as best as I can, mistress. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because it was made on the Withering Palace. We know that. in this game, I should probably take a break, question mark? Or shift it to afternoon stream, or just continue offline, because there's been so much Heaven's Vault. And there's other games I want to play. There's other games that I want to put up in this evening slot. Yeah, we're just a Heaven's Vault stream now. Forever and ever. There's never going to be another game to play. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. Sailing to Iox in Ioxian space. Just play all the other games in Ancient. Wow. Yeah, and when that game is Shroud of the Avatar or Elite Dangerous, Cryptomancer, kind of cements your stream in a particular path. What if the rivers aren't natural at all? What if they weren't created by storms or magnetic fields or anything like that? What else could they be? What else could they be? Another line that has come up numerous times. We need to go left here. Why does it say that right is an option? What is wrong with you people? I guess if I wanted to take this loop around, or this loop down to here. Okay. So if I didn't want to hit this ruin, then right would be a good option. But I do want to hit the ruin, so let's go left. Got you, affiliate? Fair enough. The way a plow drags out a furrow. You've been assisting a new Factorio player. They got hooked. Only 6 weeks of ownership, and they have 220 hours. Games are absolutely like that. Sometimes it be like that. A ruin!
The robot wasted no time.
Highly ornate chart of the nebula. Love it. The new Factorio is fun to watch? What do you mean, the new Factorio? Noun of circle? I don't know if we've run into that. Something of rivers is something of our lives. Noun of dot circle. Oh, new people to Factorio. Yeah. Shape? I feel like shape would be abstract. Abstract of dot circle. It's not round. I guess it's a word I haven't seen before. I see shape here. Shape is probably closest, yeah. It's not noun of circle. It's noun of circle. So a circle's attribute, not the circle itself. Speech, shape, intend. Interesting. Shape of rivers is shape of our lives. Does it make sense? I don't know, but it's probably the translation. Phoenix of rivers is phoenix of our lives. Yeah, absolutely. Loop would be more verb of circle move. Maybe? Yeah, could be. Depending on how you were thinking of loop.
All the rivers of the nebula flow to Iox in the end. If you tie off your sail, Iox is where you'll wash up.
That is a dirty
It's
lie.
the heart of the nebula. Or else, it's the gutter.
I have tried. What are we gonna find here? A tablet made of copper. The edge has been decorated with symbols, too. Of Emperor, path, with. With Emperor, path. Oh, yeah. lost to the university. His work here has changed our little community more than most of you may know. But it is his absence, however brief, that will be truly felt. I never knew my mother. Never? I didn't know my father either. For a while, I thought he was the owner of this bar where I kept getting work. You thought Timur was her dad? But since I turned 20, he's been asking me to marry him. So I think I had that wrong. You're teasing me. I should take you to Elbreth sometime. Show you around where I grew up. My mother was a carpenter. She made a lot of the chairs in this place. She's pretty proud of me.
Mayari paused a moment and then emptied something out of the hourglass.
She thinks she had that wrong. Yeah, it's a mystery. So Renba begins another journey around the loop. As we remember him, so he sails the rivers above. There's a dot. How do I dot? God damn it. Just stand quietly. Hold the space.
The people began to sing. The words were weird and old.
Are they ancient? The
The
lute
sound
sustains
drifted
us.
up and away into the nebula.
Probably not.
Maybe Remba could hear us. Maybe not. Didn't matter. It was beautiful anyway.
Fair enough. So I should definitely try and talk to Remba's mother here. The big zoom out. Check it out. It's Iox. With a tree of knowledge. Those that are gone will return. Those that return will depart.
The chanting died away. There were echoes. Then they were gone too.
Friends, thank you for coming. Janiqui will be grateful for your support.
The people began to murmur, then to talk.
Good faith. Good faith. Good faith to you. You're Janiqui's mother. They think he's coming back. I can't understand it. They mean well, I think. My son was one of them. In the end, he was happy here. Did you know my boy? I went looking for him when he disappeared. He disappeared? Mayari's right there. What do you mean? They told me his heart gave out. Aliyah! I see you've met Anit. Mistress Mazwa here is one of our most gifted thinkers. Please, I'd like to just spend some time with my boy. I barely saw him when he was alive. Didn't Huang just say he visited Elbereth a bunch? There's a lot of lying happening here. But not to see Mom. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Do I call it out? Whatever. Aliyah could be the bull in a china shop. What's tact? I haven't heard of it. He didn't visit Elbereth. Not for years. His work was so important to him. Please. Sorry I messed up your cover story, Mayari. That was a lovely eulogy. It was barely sufficient, but thank you. And thank you for coming. I know you are skeptical of the Great Loop. He believed, so here I am. He would appreciate that. Remba was from Elbereth. Indeed. Did you think you were the only shining jewel from the mine? From the mine? Oh, she knows. She knows. Did he come from the slums? From the Citadel, I think. There was a machine shop he worked in. Really? Machine shop, eh? So Roy might know him. Ioxer gets a lot of stuff from the slave pits. Yeah, right? Aaliyah. My dear. Come see me in my office. If you want to. If I want to. And what do the moons get out of being in the Protectorate? Oh, we're talking to 6 now. Oh, great. Okay. That is largely historical. Middle of Iox is maybe not the best place to talk about the Protectorate's history and trying to overthrow it. Aaliyah. A beautiful service, don't you think? Very moving. Good faith to you. What's the... Who? Who? What? Why? I guess I could have been more aggressive about that one, too. I'm going to visit Huang first, and then we're going to go visit Mayari. There's priorities. There's priorities. Aaliyah? I was just... I don't know what to do with myself. You miss Remba? No. Is that bad? I mean, I didn't know him. What about you? What are you doing? How much do I want to tell Huang about this? Was that pig dude? There's only so many sprites in this game, Icarus. They reuse them in different places. So no, I don't think that was explicitly pig dude. But it might have been a dude with the same sprite as pig dude. Sci-fi original. Yeah, they got actors playing multiple roles. What a way to phrase it. So do I want to tell Remba, or Huang, about what Remba was doing? His girlfriend? Whose girlfriend? Who's got a girlfriend? Does Remba have a girlfriend? Oh, yeah, Remba. Of course, Remba has a girlfriend. The girl from Mayersi. I don't know. Maybe, possible. She's I gather that Mayersians don't travel so much. All the same actors every time. Okay, that's fair. Well, you know, you find people you like to work with, you continue to work with them. Sure, let's just have a conversation with Huang, shall we? Remba told me what he was looking for. An observatory. An observatory? That's interesting. Let me tell you something I heard about Renaki. No! Renaki! No. I can't believe that's an option! That's so dumb! Ah. Renaki? Where is it? You'll find it on the charts. It's no secret. I know of it, mistress. Wait a minute. Take your time. There. Why are you being so nice to me? You're never nice to me. I'm always nice! Are we gaslighting Huang now? I'm always nice? I'm not sure which of these makes him like me more. The honest answer, or yeah, they're both pretty bad, Icarus. I agree. Oh, capital N, nice if I can, Zapper. But that's not always an option. Yeah, they're kind of both awful. I'm always nice. Very funny. You barely ever speak to me, and when you do, you're always frowning like I just ran over your dog. I'm having a good day. Renba's dead. Aaliyah! How can you say that today of all days? Well, anyway, I was on... What is this, just like sidebar? About random crap and then go, okay, well, let's go talking about Renaki again. Like, what? This is a weird conversation. This is a really weird conversation. I know. Me on a boat? You should have seen me. I turned green. What did you do that for? Got my secret, Aaliyah. The curators let me take a few things in trade. Anyway, on the boat there was a trader called Amadou. He was talking, pretty expansively if you understand me, about something he'd found. He called it... Well, you asked me about an observatory. Mistress? I was not aware of this. That's what Amadou said he'd found. I think I'm more interested in... I think I'm more interested in Huang than I'm interested in the observatory right now. But what were you doing, Oranaki? You've never ever left Iox before. There's a lot you don't know about me. Alright, well. I'm looking for a particular observatory. Not just any observatory. Oh. Well, this one sounded like it was old. I thought of you. Ah, that was too critical. Okay. I understand now. Oh, Huang. Have you ever heard the word Slisette before? Robot shuts off. Love it. Great. Slisette. No, I don't think so. But Aaliyah, what's wrong with your robot? Well... Six? It must be getting old. Mistress, my head. Thanks, Huang. Well, at least we can still show him artifacts. This is some weird stuff. Shut down -R now. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Power word shut down. I like that. So based on what we've seen of Ancient so far, I think it is reasonable to assume that Set is the symbol for speech. The one that looks like knowledge with two lines coming out of it. Slisette, then, is not... I don't think it's like shut up, specifically. I don't think it's like negation of speech. I don't think it's quiet. I haven't really run into Sli, S-L-I, as a morpheme anywhere else, I don't think. Like, if I'm looking through the list of ancient words that we have heard spoken aloud, that hasn't come up. But then again, the subjects that we were talking about might not have included anything that would include that word. So, I don't know. What do I want to show him? I want to show him the coin. Yeah, you can have the coin. Take a look at this coin. We've seen Set Boyauki Rifar from the gate, which we believe to mean something along the lines of speak your destination. And when we have this Lisette conversation with Mayari, talking to the robot, then the robot usually responds with set something. Did I even write it down? I might not have written it down. There was a lot of lines from the robot during that conversation. I haven't written down any of them. Another stuff that I want to go back to the VODs for. But it's like a bunch of set something something. Silver coin found in an Elberethian house. This one's a broken fragment from an even longer phrase. All right, we have was out here. This is interesting. We have kind here. Oh, this is generous, right? Kind and something else. Grateful? Yes. I think that's likely to be be here, not were. Grateful for... Oh, what? Yeah, question dot noun is what? Grateful for what? Oh boy. Aspect of not many is small. Because aspect of many is big, I think. Grateful for what small... Those? Have? Hold? Oh, grateful for what little those hold. Sure. This is so, like... This thing is have and hold and take, and it's like this concept is so overloaded. Mistress, that translation is clearly incorrect. Really? Not those? Really? Because that was completely... That made complete sense. Alright. I guess we just start filling in words. Alright, this is definitely it. But that means that this is a word on its own? Maybe this isn't it and this is a word on its own? What else could I be doing here? It's for sure not you. Oh, what little things. What... this is so dumb. This is so dumb. Okay. I think I've seen this exact thing before. But wow, that's really tough to separate out. Alright, but little we have confirmed. Which is a 3-character word. Little... Mabo something. I don't know how to speak this glyph. The word is little. Cool. Be grateful for what little things you hold. Finished. Do you have any more like that? Do you have any more? Nope. Too bad. Yeah, take the coin to the archives. What am I going to do with the coin? Okay, well, now we're waiting for Huang to come back. Need more water. I am going to take this opportunity to go on a quick break, I think. And when I get back, we'll continue talking to Huang. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go get some more water and stretch my legs, etc. It seems like a reasonable thing to do at this time. Thanks for hanging out, folks. I will be back momentarily. I'm back. Back and ready to keep this going. So, pause music. And Bring back the game. So, reviewing my notes, it actually looks like we do have confirmed the word silence, which is the empty cup, which we know means 0 or nothing, followed by the speech symbol. So that's actually pretty likely that the sli in Slisset is that empty cup symbol. Which is cool. That is cool information to have. Not that it's used very frequently, right? Like, we haven't seen it in many words, but we've seen it in, like, 1 or 2 words? But, I mean, any additional information is always good information. So I am just going to actually mark that down as potentially confirmed. And we'll see if we ever get anywhere with that. Yes, silence or silent is 0 speech, as opposed to negation of speech. So what else am I showing him? The broken jar from the hideout moon. Absolutely. Have you seen anything like this broken jar? No. I've seen something a bit like that, I think, only inscribed. Have you? Broken jar with stuff in it? But inscribed? That's cool. This is the inscription found on a piece of a silver pitcher. Ah, another container of things. That's definitely the same category. There's a few words in this one. Verb, move, hold, many. Contain? Contain my truth. Oh, release because moving. Not move would be contain. This, okay, I'll believe that this is release. I don't know why many. Many is interesting there. Release my truth. Got any more like that? Nope. Okay. Well, the curators can definitely take the broken jar. And then we can go talk to Mayari and see if she has anything else to say to us. Time to go, mistress? Not just yet. You know, Remba must have seen that figurine of Kibenya. He must have seen the goddess on Mercy, too. But he didn't think to take it to them. He was too concerned with his own finds. I wonder if I had met him. If I would have liked him. Wow, that's a hell of a sentence. Like, especially with all the information that we have about Renba, like, that is a heck of a thing to wonder at this point. Aliyah, I wanted to thank you for coming to the service. His mother appreciated having another Elberethian there. His mother seemed to think he died here on Iox. What did you tell her? I told her he had an accident with his equipment. I didn't tell her that her son had disappeared off-river into the depths of the nebula. She would worry for his soul, Aliyah, if you can understand that. Why would she worry about his soul? Souls are carried by the rivers, Aliyah. The rivers are nothing but ghosts and voices. To die off-river is unthinkable. Something caught your attention, Aliyah. Just being curious. Go and be curious somewhere else. Professor? Give her the crown. Still an option. You must... This is talking about the loop, right? This is the information about the loop. At first, anyway. Oh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but... You didn't trust me. You're not the easiest person to talk to about my beliefs. They were Renba's beliefs too, you know. Do I just call her out? Like, am I that much of a jerk this run through? No. Next time. What did you make him do? You understand the loop, Aaliyah, even if you deny it. You understand that everything which happens will happen again. And everything which happens has happened before. I can't understand how you could be so sure. You sound so sure. We live in a nebula built from loops and cycles. Day and night, birth and death, present and past. We are the breath of the nebula. This is all common sense. Children understand this. Not everything is a cycle. Knowledge isn't. Knowledge increases. Precisely. Until knowledge is lost. The fall, Aaliyah. Renba was looking into the fall. Iox fell, Aaliyah. The Empire collapsed. Our protectorate is the Empire of old. The fall will come again. If we're not ready for it, we'll not survive it. Why didn't you send me? We did. You've been digging up bones for us for years, but you found nothing of value. Renba found something inside one of his robots. Do I want to let her talk? Or do I want to poke at her some more? God, yeah, Aaliyah Mazwai! It's still, like, it's... Oh... I don't get it. I don't know what I did. I don't know why it happened. I'm not sure what's going on. Do I poke at her or do I let her talk? I think I poke at her. She never says useful things, right? He found the last Emperor's deathbed. I don't know what he found. The robot told him something. Set him to digging up something on a moon near Elbereth. He hired laborers from the Elbereth markets to do the work. And then I heard nothing until he sent me that brooch. But the robot knew about the fall, Aaliyah. The robots know everything. The robots might know, but they can't remember. Six barely remembers being woken, re-woken. The robots have no memory of what came before. Before they were buried here, they were wiped clean. But I don't think a robot can truly forget. No more than a soul in the loop can be lost. The loop sustains all, Aaliyah. All. Alright, what do you want me to do? The fall is coming, Aaliyah, faster than we think. Find what Renba found. We have to know what will happen. Professor, have you heard anything about Ancient Observatory? That's a curious question. It's something Renba talked about. In the message he left for me. To find an observatory? Interesting. You said a word to Six I didn't understand. Slisette. Did I? You must have heard me wrong. Welp. You must have heard me wrong. One last thing, Aaliyah. If you notice anything strange about your new robot, you tell me. What is this? What is going on here? This lady is irritating? Yeah, she is. I mean, she believes that she has all the power, right? She believes that I should be a good subordinate and go off and do what she tells me to. What is going on here? What are my responses? I'll lose this one too. Feels like banter, but could actually be super adversarial. I understand you feels like the end of the conversation and therefore uninteresting. Is that middle option? I wouldn't say that. That feels even more adversarial. Like, just like, no, I won't. Feels like banter has absolutely burnt us before. It said you can hear their helpless cries. That's great! That's great. Let's definitely go to Ghost's Wake. Fragment of hardboard from a rudder. Look at the carvings! Would seem to be inscribed. It better be. This is one end of a fractured fragment of text. This is a new one. Path through starlight. Or path by starlight. Move? Go? Why do I not have... Oh, travel. So if my sense of how words are spoken is correct, I don't know what this one is, because I don't know how to pronounce this letter. But travel would just be I, rather. And starlight, remember we have heaven, right? Which is place of stars. So we know heaven is Cataliti. So this would be Alitiali. Light, air, light. Slowly trying to piece stuff together. A blessing for speed, though it's hard to be sure. So if Remba found the last emperor, unreborn, but Mayari believes she's the last emperor, does that give her reason enough to want to keep Remba silent? Aha! Now we're getting into it! To somehow make him and his ship and his findings just disappear. That is pure speculation, mistress. You're right, it is pure speculation. We are purely speculating, and hoping Mayari doesn't also kill us. Speculation, but not wrong then. Indeed. What the hell, this loop? Do you think Remba found the site from the mural we're after? Almost assuredly not. It seems unlikely. Alright, well, I guess both Aaliyah and Six buy into the sabotage theory now. Yeah, Mayari's not a good person. Deeper connection between this site and the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclones. It is most likely a connection Master Renbo was not interested in. That's fair, actually. This is actual history, not precursor to the fall. So what was he interested in? An observatory. Yes. Which this will not be accurate. Alright, so there's like a bunch of different ruins we can stop at. Let's say we're headed toward this one. Presumably stopping by ruins is a good time and useful. Doesn't matter which path we take here. doesn't matter which path we take here either. Mistress, there is another ruin some distance away, straight ahead. We have been this way... Have we? How? How have we? No, I don't think that's true. Ornamental sword, that's neat. So we have not all, but let's wait on that, because let's figure out the rest of it first. So this is person who takes life. This is soldier. Soldier will die for emperor. Yeah, I think this not is garbage. I think this is every soldier will die for emperor. Yep. Does every soldier will die for emperor work? Sounds grim enough. You don't really need an inscription to know what a sword is for. It's accurate. Alright, so now we go left so that we can head out to here. Slisette. So I remember having a conversation with someone in chat. I think it was Hamu, but it might have not been. It might have been somebody else. About there not being enough information in the game to actually... Oh, there's an extra ruin. That's cool. Let's go see an extra ruin. To actually figure out, like, how Ancient is spoken. Additional information is now placed us outside of the search zone. As well as some information about, like, stuff that I've found that's not on the wiki. And I still... That was you? Okay, okay. And... Like, I would love to start updating stuff, I think. Or have conversations with other people. But at the same time, like, I don't want to start looking stuff up. Because there's still stuff that is new to me in the game that I don't want spoiled. Precious metal. Ah, we have confirmed precious. And we have confirmed metal. Fantastic. There's a Discord that people keep referring to in Steam conversations, but you haven't found it yet. Okay. I think that's just as likely to present me with spoilers as a wiki. Although maybe slightly less likely, depending on how deep I look. I've been mostly running off the theory that this character, Abstract, or Concept, I guess, is also unvoiced. So that puts this as a one-character word, even though these two things are there. At least that's how I'm sorting stuff. So guessing most of the conversations will have died down since it's been a few years. How long has this game been out? Yeah, I didn't think it'd been that long. It's interesting that this is metal, considering that my sort of mental translation of this piece is metal. So why's it gotta be like... Because this is also like a compound glyph, right? It's rock and light. So it's interesting that this combined with rock is metal, as opposed to, like, what that glyph is on its own. Like, is that glyph on its own not metal? What is that glyph on its own? Do you ever see that glyph on its own? Does it not just mean metal on its own? I don't... We have yet to see a single character word with that glyph. Short and sweet. Precious metal. Piece of bowsprit. Ah! It's pointing us towards the dig site. That's nice. Was I supposed to take this right? I don't think I was supposed to take this right. Because I think I wanted to go here. Alright, well, I guess we're going here anyway. Like, it kind of seems unimaginable to me that the insights that I have come up with haven't already been replicated. That, like, I would really be the first person to put some of this together. Especially if the game was that old. For a game that's only been out for a year, maybe it's more believable. Yeah, I would imagine it would be, right? Like, I would presume that most of what I've done has already been covered. You think I'm the first person to try? I doubt that. I doubt that. I don't think I'm that unique. Yeah, I think I was right. Like, the kind of person this game appeals to is the kind of person who would go deep on all of this kind of stuff. A stylus of antler. Neat. That's some garbage characters in the beginning. That is 2 pieces of garbage. So we have this, which is listen. Or here, maybe. Here. Yep. Hear my... This isn't voice. We've seen voice. Voice is something else. I don't think it's a word I have, though. Hear my... Oh, is this shout? High knowledge? Wait, wasn't shout high speech? Where have I seen knowledge high? Have I seen that anywhere else? In a compound word or something. We've seen speech high. That was shout. Or cry or whatever. Have I seen this in a compound word anywhere? The answer may surprise you. Dream. Knowledge from air. So, Control F is very needed. Yup. Because it's in sleep, right? I think it's dream. I don't know if dream is a bigger concept than this, but I think it's dream. Ideas, okay. Oh, okay. I get it. So, I have the word for sleep, which is verb of *:dream. So maybe noun of *:dream would be, or *:idea would be dream. We'll go with ideas. Here are my ideas. Alright, I think I can still try and go here, but it's far. So if I can have it just take me there, that'd be great. What happened to the river? The same thing that always happens to the river. What do you mean, which way? Like I have a choice? You think I have choices here? I think that's why, whatever, there was a person in the Discord who was talking about putting together, like, a Python app for this purpose. And, they took screenshots of all the various characters and had a way to look up words by their character. So, like, you know, there's, like, the glyph that we've translated as person. So you could look up person, and it would look up all of the words that we found with person in them. Not OCR, per se, but a lookup tool, yeah. I want to go back around to this one, so we go left here. But yeah, like a searchable dictionary. Oh yeah, I'm not planning on using the tool, but I think it's really cool that the tool exists. And, like, I think it's cool that they're doing that thing on their own. Like, that is a... Like, it kind of makes me wish I had thought to do that when I had first started setting this up. I need right here, I need right here. And then again right. Yes. Some distance away on the left! Well, we're not going there anymore, are we? I can always go back here, actually. It's far outside the search area at this point. So it's definitely easier to just auto-travel there after I've done the garden. Path turns right. It sure does. Good thing you know things about the path. Back within the search zone. See how long that lasts. So I need to go left, and then it'll pass by it no matter what I do. We'll have to sail on to resume the search. Alright, I'm ready to do that thing. I feel like we're sailing through a cloud. Oh, we're just talking about the rivers now? We're done talking about Renba? Too bad. Take this left. How do I take this left? I guess we're not taking this left. Oh, I did take that left. Fascinating. The particles we can see are ice particles. Oh. Ruin. Do not turn right! Oh, okay. Okay. Slow your roll there, buddy. We'll get there. Everything's gonna be fine. A gong made of brass. Do love my instruments. Oh my god! It's a big one. I think both of these is garbage, so this is just we. We fly on bird's wing. Wait. It's this one again? We fly on bird's wings? Oh, not wings. Something else. Maybe wings. Yes, okay. I have seen this inscription before, and now I have confirmed the various pieces of it. We fly on an eagle's wings. Eagle is a 3-character word. Eagles. Bow eagle. Apparently eagles are the only kind of bird. Maybe eagles are the bird, the original bird. The source of all birds' power. We fly on an eagle's wings. Done. Alright, apparently I'm not supposed to turn right here. I'm absolutely supposed to turn right here. You lied. 6. Maybe you just didn't know any better. We have been down all of these paths before, buddy. Absolutely been down every one of these paths. Now we just want to take every right, and that'll get us closer sooner. Right turn? Yep, next right will take us to the garden. And then we'll be doing garden things for the rest of the evening. How would Six know when I haven't told him where we're going? I guess at some point I have to decide that I am actually done with the game. And then I can go onto the wiki and contribute. I don't know when I'm going to be done with the game, though. It seems like it's a long way out still.
Of all the sites I travelled to with the robot, most of them seemed lost, abandoned. But this one felt like it had been hidden.
Done with caring about spoilers, sure. How much further? Not far, mistress. The path turns here. The lanterns are still burning, Six. It's like we're expected. That would be unlikely, mistress. There is only one living person on this moon, mistress. You. Alright, there's an inscription on the tree somewhere here. No? No inscriptions on the trees? The lanterns are shining with river light. What does that mean? Trees. Lots of them. Growing from fissures in the rock. The roots will eventually split the slope below us. This whole site will subside. There it is. Thought there was an inscription here. But someone planted them here. Perhaps. More likely, a seed was scattered by the wind and took root by chance. And I think this is fixed. This is always the same. Dead deceive. Ah, we are confident about deceive. Deceive is a 3-character word. I'm starting to think about Iox and the way that they have like the truth symbols spread out everywhere in Iox. Maybe Kataiokus, the word that Iox derives its name from, includes that truth symbol. Like maybe Io is truth. It's an interesting idea. Deceive. That's complete. The dead deceive. But I've no idea what it means. It feels like a warning. That's a good sign, Six. There's something here to find. What a way to look at it. Wow, what an Indiana Jones line. What should we expect? I cannot be sure, mistress. Alright, we've got some inscriptions to find. This could have been built yesterday. There's something embossed into the metal. Oh my god. Okay. I guess they are, they're finally giving me the respect I deserve. What the hell is happening here? Inside this site? Walls? Oh, inside these walls. Oh, I think I've seen this one before. Inside these walls, voices? Inside these walls, voices of... That's the dead. Voices of the dead sing their noun version, so song, sing their song of... I don't know what this is. Abstract of move of knowledge. What do I think noun move of knowledge is? Noun of knowledge is book. Noun move of knowledge maybe is, there's a word for read aloud, right? Oh, fragment knowledge? Maybe. Or fragment garbage. I don't know. We'll piece the rest together first. Dead. We got voices. Amongst. Sing songs. Sing their songs of something. Apparently I have this word. Do I have this word? I don't think I have this word. Oh, though there's another of. I missed another of. Let me put this one off, just in case that's a thing. Okay. Wisdom? Learning? Okay. It feels like it's related to books somehow. So abstract, like this high concept of something. Wisdom seems correct. Wariness seems not. Ice? Sure. Inside these walls, voices are dead, sing their songs of wisdom. This is a mausoleum. Alright, well, 6, hopper us in. An ancient goddess guarding her space. No good. No, mistress. I do not believe there is a keyhole. No keyhole. So how do people get in? An interesting question, mistress. Alright, well, tell me about the hopper eye. There must be a way through, 6. Naturally, mistress. There is a hopper eye inside the courtyard, if I may. Go ahead. Just wait, mistress.
The wind died.
Like everything else in here! Ha ha!
The smell of
Used in ancient
flowers
copper.
flooded the misty air.
Strange layout for a temple. If it isn't a mausoleum. No shrines, no priest quarters. Nope, none of those things. I think there's some inscriptions around here. This whole place is incredible. It's perfect. It is more than 1,500 years old. Did this gate ever open? There are no hinges. No. It was intended to be hoppered through. No sign of Ember, though. Yo, Shadowed Mage, thank you so much for the continued support. 30 months! God damn! Thank you so much for... for the continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. Great to have you around, my friend. Some kind of temple to the Horned Goddess. Nope, not really, but thank you. Wishing for some kind of peace as he lay dying. Emperor was dying with no way to be burned, no way to be reborn. Unlike all those before him, the last emperor faced true death. Oh, smelling flowers, nice. Haven't been able to be around much of late. Well, we miss you when you're gone, and we're happy to have you when you're here. So what is this place? There is a high diversity in the plants and flowers. I would suggest some kind of botanical garden. Some kind of devotional garden. A monastery rather than a temple, maybe. We've already figured out it's a graveyard! I wonder who she is. She seems sad. Don't see any inscriptions to tell us, don't you? She's weeping and beckoning. Suppose anyone who came here would have known who she was. Isn't there an inscription here to tell us that she's the death goddess? Is there really not one? Interesting. Something under the ivy here. The Eagle and Sun motif. This is an Empire period ruin. About 1,000 years more recent than you thought. An intact Empire Site 6. Everything on Iox was rebuilt after the fall. This place was never destroyed. You must assume it was never found. So I thought you said this place was thousands of years old. I was wrong, mistress. I was guessing. You were guessing? Hold. Really guessing? Abandoned temple moon. Where is... If we think it's an Empire site, it would be somewhere in here. We don't think it was older and then repurposed. Built on a verdant moon and dedicated to the horned goddess, whoever she is. Well, we'll get that figured out pretty soon. But I believe the statue is thousands of years old all the same. Older than the rest of the site, if you like. But if this is a holy Empire site, the ancient gods shouldn't be here at all. The gods were torn down, destroyed by the Empire. There are no gods on Iox. Well, which Empire, though? Who would have come here? Guests of the Emperor? Family? The actual Emperor? Maintaining this place must have required considerable effort. Probably did. There's another inscription along the edge of the design. Oh, good. A bunch more garbage in front. You can tell because there's a question mark. And this just says Emperor anyway. Emperor, verb no light sees. Yep, Emperor sees through, by, via, every deception. Sees through. This is not... This is not the correct usage of through. Can add my translation for falsehood to my dictionary now. Maybe it is the correct usage of through. But sees through is like a phrasal verb. It's not using the strict definition of through or sees, really. Anyway, we have falsehood confirmed. The eagle and sun is old, that's fair. The Emperor sees through every falsehood. By the stars, that was a long one. Wonder what that really tells us about the Empire. Nothing, mistress. Any scribe can lie. Well then. Some kind of painting. Mostly worn away. Almost all worn away. Can't get anything from it. What do you make of it, Six? There really was a lot of writing here once, mistress. A whole chronicle, perhaps. But I believe some characters can still be seen. Oh. This one is a broken piece from an even longer phrase. This is a lot. Okay. Path of something. Path of... This is like noun every... Noun every one? Path of... Wow. Noun all? One? Maybe with this past it, noun all one history? So like, all of the stories? History? Maybe it's history. Path of history is... This is heart. And... What is this? Noun, adjective, noun, circle, rock. What? What is noun, circle, rock? What? I don't know what this is. Something of palace emperor, but not because it's got this. Oh, that's empire. Also, I should write down palace. That is 4 characters. Notice that palace was not in my list of words somehow, even though it was one that I had confirmed relatively early on. Palace. Site. Person. Dot. Noun. No. Person. Heart is over here. Strong. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, I forgot I had this word. Okay. So strong, which means noun is going to be strength, presumably. I have strong? Didn't think I had this word. I thought I was trying to look this up when I saw it in the VOD. Oh, no, I totally have this. Cool. Cool. Okay. Okay, so maybe instead of is, this is was? Oh, I still need path. Oh, knowledge. Not path. Knowledge. Okay, let's try was. No. There's still something else I can know here. What else can I put in based on these words? I've got heart in there. I mean, I could just stick all in there, but I know that's not right. This looks like it's garbage. Maybe this of is wrong? Am I missing something obvious? What am I missing? Like, that's not right. There's a lot of these pieces that don't actually work. On their own, rather. So I was assuming this is just one word together. Of empire is one word? Maybe, but it would put it together for me. Like, it would, if everything else was correct, it would put in of empire as empires, if it's supposed to be. But I don't think it's supposed to be, because it's the end of the word. Something of empire makes more sense than something empires. And this is garbage. This is nothing. What am I missing? What am I doing wrong? All right, well, let's just throw everything we can in there until it tells us that we're wrong. Where am I making a mistake? Please assist. I mean, some of these are obviously mistakes. I've done something wrong. Correct. Now I gotta put it all back in. All right. Where else did I make mistakes? Please continue to correct me. Okay, good. I think is correct there. Knowledge, heart. Keep throwing in stuff that's wrong. So it'll tell me when it's right. Yep, what else? Good. Good, as expected. This is such a process. I hate that I have to do this. Still think is correct there. I missed the and. There is indeed another possibility. Really, is wrong. Okay, so we know it's was, then. So now, circle many one. Is what we're missing. This doesn't feel right. Correct. It's wrong. Strong is incorrect. Yep. We know that to be true. Continue telling us all the things that we already know are incorrect. Thank you. Knowledge. Heart. Thing. Was, and this is somehow incorrect. There's more to it than this, huh? What is going on here? How is this split up? What? Did I not do this? Is that... Oh my god. Okay, sure. Sure. Each, yes. That makes as much sense. The specific thing of all is each. And this is obviously strength. Knowledge of each one was heart and strength. No wonder it looked weird. It was weird. Thought I got each forever. Go, yeah, I kind of thought so too. Guess not. And Jewel, which I think I already have on my list. I should confirm that I have Jewel. I do have Jewel. Great. Oh. Knowledge of each one was heart and strength of the Empire. I think that's correct. Yeah, I think that's correct too. Wonder what kind of knowledge it means. So is there something down here? I feel like there's something down here to find. What's this? There's something here. A piece of hardboard from a boat's hull. Looks like something from the early Empire. No inscription. Will help us find the dig site? I don't know which piece we just found. I'll need to learn more if I want to locate this object's site of origin. Too bad. Ancient site. Oh, I missed it. It was this ancient site. It's Withering Palace. It's a piece of Withering Palace. Okay. They're talking about radiation markers. Must be annoying for you. Somewhat, yes. So will you enlighten me? It's lots of little things. The composition of the material. Different minerals prevail in different parts of the nebula. But also the workmanship, carving techniques, brushstrokes. These things are like fingerprints if you know what you're looking at. But materials move around, surely. Of course they do. But only when people carry them. Tracing the movements of things is another way of tracing the movements of people. In the end, the things aren't really that important. We can get through here. That's enough. Looks like a jungle in there. A very warm and moist environment. Maybe I can squeeze through here. Mistress, you walked straight past the door? Mistress? I didn't think it'd call me out for it! Wow. I guess that's what happens when you use previous lives' knowledge. People are just like, how do you know that? Well, there you go. Bye, robot. I wonder if the robot thinks worse of me now because I just abandoned him without trying the door.
The air inside the glass house was damp. It smelt like fruit and warm water.
Yeah. I kind of like that he calls you out for using knowledge that you could not possibly have in this loop. That's great. Alright, let's go try the crown. It's peaceful here. Picking up every inscription we can along the way. There's an inscription here, around the stones at the base. That is can. Can you be aspect of person.join? Oh, may, sure. Oh. It's a blessing. May. Disapprove. May you be... Is this healthy? It is healthy! Because person.join is health, I think. And person.separate is wound. We got harm that way. Yeah, alright. I think I have harm in my speculative because I never got it confirmed. Alright. May you be healthy. Yeah, whole. Exactly. From hail, apparently. Which is also probably the same thing. And the robot is not here to criticize this bridge. Screw you, robot.
Stone markers huddled together, whispering nasty things about me.
Wow, she is losing it. Shrines, like the one behind the hermitage where Remba died. Indeed. Excuse me, where am I going? That's not what I wanted. Stone marker. I wanted stone marker. No! Why do you keep leaving the courtyard? Listen to me, lady. Stop doing incorrect things and do, instead, the correct things. Thank you. There's so many of these markers. Is this some kind of graveyard? This might have once been inscribed, but it's worn smooth. An ancient tree. What? That's forever away. The waterfall, also forever away. Enough water for Elbereth 3 times over. There was only a way to transport water. Six might know what to make of all this. Might. Can you vote? Exactly. That is the whole point of this, Ragnar. Trying the crown without Six around, because we got to keep it a secret. This one's in better condition. Still legibly carved. In death we are... Adjective of 1 for 1? In death we... It's not together. We already have together as a word. United? Equal. Equal. Okay. Sure. I could go with equal. 1 equals 1. Yeah. Well, we don't know how to do math in Ancient yet, so this is good. This is good information. Write this down in my speculative. In death we are equal. This must be a graveyard. No wonder this place feels so empty. Does it? This one isn't carved at all. But there's something inside the niche at the front. A silver sextant carved with the knotted rope motif. Looks like it dates from the early Empire. Maybe whoever was buried here was a scientist. And there's an inscription on the casing. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. There's a lot going on here. Guess we're playing Riven. We actually there's a couple of places where we've seen numbers. So we've determined that the way that it does additional digits is via multiplication and exponents. That's how you get high numbers. It's kind of wild. Like the way that you say 100 in Ancient is like 2, 5 to the power of 2. It's great. We found numbers in... we found a specific string of numbers in... underneath the Withering Palace. There was like a thing written down there. So, like, multi-digit numbers, then, are done each digit as its own separate word. So 43 isn't one thing, it is 40 and 3 as 2 separate words. Alright, wins... What is this? Schoolroom with a hangman game. So this is verb of joins rock, which is build. Wins build dot adjective of circle build shapes. Build shape. Maybe that's design? Maybe that's... like, forms? Something like that? Sculpts? I'm gonna go with sculpts. Winds sculpt us. Dot, wow, person who does something. This is build. So noun of build is a building. So this is like either artist or this sculptor. This is almost surely a sculptor. As sculptor sculpts noun of verb of water. So not sculptor, maybe sculptor, but winds sculpt us as sculptors sculpt cups. This double rock here is something. I think it has to. I think. Okay. It's yeah. It's the person who. It's interesting the way this is constructed here. Anyway, yeah, joins rocks. I mean, joins rocks is build. Do you sculpt cups? I don't know. Sure, why not? How else does one make a cup out of a thing that is sculptable? But we don't have the words, so we can't put it together. We need this word before we can turn this into an actual sentence. Because make is not correct. Nothing. I'll look at it again later. This is from the same period as the hull piece I found here earlier. But I don't think it's from the same site. In fact, I don't think I've seen anything equivalent to this sextant before. That suggests it must come from a site that's entirely new to me. There are niches in all of these markers. They're empty. Looted? Or left that way? Real questions. This one's worn smooth. Is there one here around the fountain? Doesn't look like there is one around the fountain. How about this one? Ah, the inscription on this one's readable. True something. True adjective of many? Never. This is adjective of many is big, right? So of big is great. This is great. So this is true greatness. Okay. True greatness never dies. True greatness never dies. They don't look very safe anymore. Yeah, let's not go up that way. It's so quiet. I suppose the dead don't argue much. I mean, unless they're powered. In which case the dead probably do argue a fair amount. Just look at the ghosts in Harry Potter. Sometimes the dead are remarkable chatterboxes. This one seems to be made of older stone than the others. The first gravestone to be placed here, perhaps. And there's something up here. A hoop of metal. Wonder if there was once one of these on top of the shrine we found on the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclones. Heavy, but perhaps not as heavy as I had expected. There are symbols inscribed on the inside curve. Are there? It's a broken piece from an even longer phrase. Okay, what is this garbage? Kind Emperor. Really? Short and sweet. Kind Emperor. Well! Definitely an Emperor's graveyard. I feel sure I've seen something like this before somewhere. Might be able to trace where it's from. So, the interesting thing about that is we don't have 6 with us to tell us what it is. But it's the hoop off of a robot's neck. It's a robot piece. which is why you can use it to display, like, the head off of whatever. This one's set apart from the others, and it's inscribed. I will... Broken fragment from an even longer phrase. I will sail again. Why so straightforward? We know all these words. Why is it a fixed sentence? Terrible. A sailor's grave. Sounds more like the words of a child. Could have been. It's nice to be away from the robot for a change. But by the waters, the air must be getting thinner. These steps do not look safe. I mean, this whole area looks like it has an amazing view, but I wouldn't be super comfortable with it. These two seem in better condition than those below. The stone hasn't worn so much up here. Ouch! What was that? Wow, that hurt a lot, actually. Touch the marker again. That seems like a bad idea. Some kind of static charge. But it's a rock, isn't it? This shrine is charged. And the hoop certainly fits. Oh, I can't put in the crown! I can't put in the crown! There's nothing I can put in here. It's only the foil. It's not going to give me the option to put in the crown. That's a shame. The hoop doesn't seem to do anything. So I can put in the foil, but we know who the foil is. I guess I needed to give the crown to Arroy first. And then... So I could pull the foil from the crown? Have I been asleep? It spoke with the voice of a child. That's right, you've been asleep. Don't be scared. Everything will be alright. I can't see you. It's so very dark. Why can't I see you? Do you know anything about an observatory or a vault? I've never sailed. So the vault will open for me when it's time. I can't feel my legs. What makes the vault open? The vault takes what it wants. Was there an explosion? I can hear, but I can't see. I was in the orangery with Elfa. She screamed. She screamed? I should have asked who's Elfa. I couldn't see her. She was behind my chair. If you see her, tell her she must never scream. This is Kaya, right? Do you know a place called Mercy? No. Have I been asleep? And now it's out of power. I do have Alpha in my list of names. Power's gone. One of the other plinths, then. This one. But then none of the others seem to be charged. This was the last one. I'll leave her here. Oh, what? What did I push? I pushed the wrong button. Well, I guess I'm leaving her here. What was that thing? Recording of some kind. Six would probably know. I hit 2. Yeah, I did hit 2 by accident. I think it was intended to hit 1, but I hit 2. Just a rock. Oh, I'd better find 6. Tell the robot I met its sister. Don't know what I'm hoping for here. Nothing. This one's a rock just like the others. Wow, we're still out of stamina, huh? Alright, so I guess the answer is... What, the robot made it inside anyway? Able to manipulate the hopper once more. Oh, good job. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely give the crown to Arroy. That's not a problem. 6. I spoke to a ghost. I put this hoop I found on a plinth buzzing with static, and a face appeared. It spoke to me. Curious. What did it say? It was scared. A recording, presumably. Much as Professor Mayari might send you a recording of herself to converse with. Recordings are responsive, as you know, but fixed in manner. They are broad, but not deep. That is their nature. You've collected 3 intriguing artifacts here. It would seem this site was connected to others. Should we leave now, mistress? There's still a couple more inscriptions to grab here, actually. I don't know if I can do anything else here. But I spoke to it. It spoke back. You are surprised, mistress? Tell me, right now, who do you believe yourself to be talking to? There is no one here but you. That's a hell of a thing to say. I'd love to cut you open one day and see what you're really made of. That might satisfy your bloodlust, mistress, but you would be intellectually disappointed. There is nothing inside me. You have a brain, don't you? You like to pretend you do. I do not understand robot minds, mistress, despite being equipped with one. But Master Remba once described a robot as a mirror. Its reflection will vary as it is shifted, and yet the mirror itself contains nothing. The shrine outside the hermitage where Remba died. It was just like these, I suppose. Just like these, it had run out of power. What happens if you run out of stamina up there? I don't know. Presumably, I could have just touched the rock a bunch of times and knocked myself out until the robot found me or something. More markings here. Where I... Verb of star? Oh, no. It's star.idea. It's dream or sleep. Where I sleep rests. Sure. Where I rest. Small... What? Where myself rests? Okay, sure. Something is wrong here. Ah, no. I see what's happening. Here rests. Interesting how it doesn't have the noun and like the single character markers that usually show up on a single character word. Here rests a great woman. Here rests a great woman. This whole place, 6, must have once been filled with voices like hers. A head atop every shrine. All talking, arguing, laughing. This place was a haven. Now you could hear a pebble drop. Yeah, my first time getting that symbol. Kind of surprising. I mean, I've seen that symbol almost everywhere. It means exactly what I thought it would mean. But perhaps there were metal hoops on all of these shrines originally. They might have been looted if they're valuable. This was the oldest one I found. I would date it to the very earliest days of the Empire. You got that inscription twice? Yeah, that sounds real. Where is it from? I cannot be 100% certain. But if you had to guess, estimate the old stone is from Elbereth. from Elbereth to the Emperor's secret garden. Do I put the hoop back, or do I keep it with me? The old grave we found. Does it suggest that Elbereth was important in the early Empire? If so, that's new to me. It'd be a strong conclusion to read from a single choice of building material. Perhaps Elbereth's stone was as cheap as its labor. It is strange that it's the only Elbereth stone. The other stones are from local stone, as might be expected. Perhaps that emperor happened to die on Elbereth. One could hardly blame him. For dying? What? I'm not sure this was the clapback you thought it would be, Six. The tradition changed for the obvious reason, Mistress. Elbereth is a foul hole. See, that's a much better comeback. No, I'm keeping it. Gardens here are quite remarkable, but the graves are surprisingly simple. No great tombs or mausoleums. Perhaps they believed their souls would return to the rivers. Did the emperors believe in the loop? Absolutely they did. Perhaps this whole moon is their monument. A door. Locked. Or stuck, maybe. This one's buried. I'd need a machete to find any inscriptions. Fair enough. Would have expected something grander for an emperor. A tomb? A mausoleum? The graves are so small. These are not public graves, Mistress. No one to impress. Let's move. It's a good moon for a graveyard. He said the weather here was calm. Whoever built this place had their pick of moons, Mistress. Here's another. This isn't a temple, then. Didn't look like much of one. More like they were inviting misfortune going there, so I can't blame them for winding up dead. Maybe. There's a few words in this one. So here we have... Ah, yes, brightest, of course. Brightest light cannot go dark. Let's confirm brightest, please. Excellent, thank you very much. I like that we have this superlative construction. This adjective of circle many. Like, out of each bright, this is the most bright. Brightest. Great. The brightest light cannot go dark. Finished. Who do you think she was? The ghost in the shrine? I don't know, Mistress. But I cannot imagine most people were recorded in this way. No kidding. So the ghost was royalty. At least. I don't know how you'd be more than royalty. I was talking to the voice of a dead emperor. Indeed. Old emperors to advise new ones. Immortality, of a kind. The dead deceive. Stone setting. Either someone was making preparations when this place was abandoned, or the shrine that stood there was removed. It's possible. Locked. Anyway, it doesn't look safe out that way. Nothing but sky down there. Someone took the hologram I saw in the graveyard out of the hermitage where Remba died. The last emperor himself. And he took that recording with him for company. Maybe Remba never found the foil at all. Okay. So this is now updated to not include being hidden by Renba. Good. Emperor must have feared the Fallers were coming after him. Oh! Eek! That was too close. I was not expecting that. Mistress, what are you doing? The stone just collapsed. I didn't do anything. Am I ready to go? Soon, not yet. Fascinating. No, we're staying away from the bridge, I think. I wasn't expecting it to just collapse like that. I thought we were going to get warned. Where was this hoop made, I wonder? Unclear, but we may be able to locate its origin. So the Emperor hiding on the hideout moon. They brought the shrine and the foil with them, and they hid the foil inside the figurine. Whoever that recording was, they must have been important. If the last Emperor was truly intending to hide for the remainder of his life... Well, mistress, I have observed that most humans do not wish to be alone. I wonder who she was. Who she really was. Kaya, apparently. Evidently. I am not going across that, mistress. The odds of collapse are enormous. I strongly suggest we use the hopper to return to the ship. Off you go, then. But I'll stay here. But why, mistress? Why must you insist on tormenting me? You're only a robot, Six. You can't really suffer. Whoa! Now come on and stop complaining. That's, remarkably not okay. If Remba was hiring labourers from Elbereth, and the lady who runs the market there should remember him, can't be many Ioxians hiring workers from her. What market, mistress? It's up in the Catkiss. I think you're going to hate it. Six does not like slaves. Nobody likes slaves. What is your ethical core, anyway? What good is it? Evidently, it is what stops me from pushing humans off cliffs, mistress. Is that something you want to do? It was simply an example, mistress. Were it to be convenient for me to do so, my core would prevent me. Go back and forth over the bridge. Just, hey, bridge. No, I'm not trying to be, like, that kind of mean to the robot. What have we got? It's a battered tablet of silver, dating from the Empire. It's inscribed. Ooh, this is cool. Broken fragment from an even longer phrase. Okay, so we've got some garbage at the end. Oh, really? This might be part of the garbage instead of part of the word, which is disappointing. We have cannot over here. We have army, apparently? Army cannot follow something. Where is follow? Hello? Oh. Cannot do something to itself. Arm? Give something? Feed? This is food? This is food. Food isn't a concept? Food is a core symbol? key again. Show me key again. So key is separate food, person, place. What? This is specifically give food, is feed. Verb of food would be eat. But it's not, like, its position in key isn't feed. It's just the core concept of the thing, which would be food. Unless distant food means something. Place in pie hole. Does food make sense for key? How do you put key together? Distant food, person, place. What is the verb of a distant food, person, place? This still makes no sense to me. You so rarely find place at the end of a word, too. Like, that's not a frequent construct. That's not usually how that's put together. Key, food for a lock? Maybe. I'm just like, there's so many pieces that don't make sense there. There's so many pieces there. And I don't know how you combine them to get key. Unless the verb is to unlock, and then the noun of unlocking a thing is a key. Distant food, person. I'm not going to paste this together. I don't know. This doesn't make any sense. Move on with my life. Does army cannot feed itself work? It didn't like the Empire. Everything falls in the end. That's an interesting one. I doubt it. This comes from the same site as the metal hoop we found here earlier. Oh, really? This new find should be useful in pinning down where these were made. Should help us locate the moon where the statuettes for Beskha Foil had been made. Really? Which one did we triangulate? Oh. We triangulated the Withering Palace. Alright, cool. That's good. That's a good thing to have triangulated. We still haven't found Renba's dig site, though. I mean, I think we know what that is now, Cryptomancer. If this was feed, then that would be food. Or eat. Or, like, sustenance. These plants must have once been assembled. It's very beautiful. Still flowing. After all this time. You thought it would be clogged, did you? Well, apparently not. The air's warm. Alright, let's try the door. Stuck? Stuck. Why is every door in this place stuck? Looks like it should open outwards, though. Yeah! Yeek! Well, no problems here. I guess we are done here, right? More yeets. Yeah, a robot will just yeet himself anywhere. This thing is really cool. I think we found all of the things that we're going to find, though. I think we are actual done here. Down there, Six. She's a beautiful ship. I'm lucky I found her. You did not think to give your ship to the curators on Iox? She is an archaeological find, after all. Iox doesn't like people to have ships. They would have burned her. Your ship is no secret, mistress. Professor Mayari knows you sail, of course. Mayari lets me do what I like. I don't really know why. Me neither, actually. If this place is a graveyard, what does that make you, goddess? I've got it. She's a death goddess, welcoming people to the afterlife. And she's much older than everything else here. Alright, we've seen enough of this moon. Why is the goddess covering her eye, mistress? Death doesn't care what you look like. She doesn't need to see. It's hard to understand old symbols without their context. This goddess is much older than the rest of the site. Well, if I wait long enough, will Six say more random things? How old is the Nightingale, mistress? Apparently. I'm not sure. Almost 1,500 years old, maybe? Really? Fashioned somewhere on Elbereth, perhaps, or else for an Elberethian sailor. Sure. Well, mistress, we have found one more promising artifact here, the battered tablet. Also, we have discovered enough to exactly locate one new location of note, an early Empire period moon. Are you ready to go now? Do it. Alright, so next step is to give the Oroi the crown. And presumably we can Slisette the robot when we do it. However, that'll be a thing for Sunday, I think, because it is almost midnight. Well, we found a lot of stuff here. This was good. And we have some solvable inscriptions, maybe? Nope. Back to the Nightingale. The Songbird ship. A curious place, mistress. So much water. If we could ship it, you would be very rich. We can make Elbereth bloom. Maybe I could tell someone about the place. Ah, like Timor. Have Timor come by and ransack the garden. Alright. There's nothing else to do here, so I think we are gonna be done for the night. Man. Well, we have accomplished some things, done some work. We'll head to Elbereth when we start this up again on Sunday. And keep on doing things. Keep on doing things, I guess. Some amount of trading with Toppy seems like a good idea. Maybe hit up Iox first and talk to Huang, because we always want to talk to Huang. I do need to keep track of what stuff I need to not give up, though, because there's stuff that I need to trade to Toppy in order to find the dig site. Alright, well, all that's going to be saved for next time.